Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to On the Spot Motorsports. I'm Mitchell Gunter. We're here at Gainesville Raceway. We've already started round one, time eliminations. I don't know if we're going to do one or two today, but more than likely just one due to the chance of rain coming in around 4:30 today. So without further ado, let's get to the racing action.
All right, gonna bring up our next pair. It looks like Jeff's doing a little cleanup over there. Looks like we're gonna have Max Porter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his S10 pickup. I think we got a Waycross. And he's gonna be running this Georgia manual over there in the Budweiser lane, 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. All right, once again, look for the Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, so it looks like cleanup's taken care of out there. All right, here we go. We got the pre-stage list. George is in, stage ready to go. Waiting on Max. Max bumps it in. Here we go. 011 red line start for Max. 084 for George. Something went awry with George's car. He's pulling that thing over towards the side. I don't see any leakage or anything like that. I'm under but George obviously got an issue there with the Nova. Okay, so it doesn't look like George is going to be able to clear the top end of the raceway down there, so we should be getting back underway here in just the next couple moments. All right, so we're getting the all clear sign out there that everything's cool down on the top end of the raceway. No leaks or anything like that to worry about. So we're going to get back underway. Need those cars back there in the back of lanes 3 and 4. Start moving them up, please. If you're back there in the back of lanes 3 and 4, let's start pulling those cars up, please. All right, so it looks like we're going to have Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 94 Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. And James Evans, Motor Jacksonville, his 90 model Ford Mustang is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, drivers, you're back there in the back of lanes 3 and 4. Let's pull those cars forward, please. All right, so here we go. We got Chad King, James Evans. Red light start for King. 004 reaction time there for James Evans. Looks like Evans is going to get to the stripe first. He goes 7:08, 96 miles an hour to a 7:40 at 92 for Chad King. That brings up Darren Stutz, 1957 Chevrolet out of Green Cove Springs. He'll go up against 225B. That will be Blake Scott out of Minetta, Florida. This is an 82 Chevy Camaro. All right, so Stutz and Scott waiting on everybody to get staged up and ready to go here. Perfect reaction time there for Darren Stutz. 2 in this round. That's kind of uncalled for. 025's reaction time for Scott. Stutz goes 6 flat, 115 to a 637 at 108 for Scott. That brings up Bill Green over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Ocala, his 68 Chevy Camaro. He'll run against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane, 1972 Chevy Nova. Lots of big block Chevrolet underneath the hood over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so waiting on Jason to get his car all in there ready to go. Hello, 2 red light start for Green, 045 reaction time for Rollins. Rollins goes through the 584, 119 miles an hour to a 653 at 103 for Phil Green. Andy Lindsay coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Nashville, Florida, in his 98 Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. The 1974 Chevy van. All right, here we go. We're getting back underway here. We got Jeff Gatlin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. And Mark Gillian over here here in the Budweiser lane. Driving the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose, Florida. All right, 015 reaction time for Van Gillian, 119 for Gatlin. Gatlin gets there first, 619, 109 miles an hour to a 694, 98 miles an hour for Bart Van Gillian. That brings up Ralph Bratton next, 72 El Camino out of Gainesville. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Jeff Copeland over here in the Budweiser lane out of Jacksonville in the 67 Camaro. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Bellevue, Florida, in the 1980 Chevy Malibu. And Marcus Cruz out of McLean, he's going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane in the Pontiac Firebird. All right, once again, racers, remember, we're going to be doing one-time run today, and we will be going to eliminations. Round one losers can buy back into the event. You'll have to come to the first floor of the tower to do so. All right, so Scott DeLeon's off with an 025 reaction time, 095 for Marcus. DeLeon gets there first, 679, 99 miles an hour to a 774 at 89 for Marcus Cruz. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 1977 AMC Gremlin. He's over there on the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane from Wildwood, Florida. And we're up against Mike French, 65, Chevelle Wagon over here on the Budweiser side. He is out of Ocala. Okay, got a pair of red line starts there as both drivers left too soon. Gaffney with a 001 red. That's cutting as close as you get. French gets there first, 645, 104 in the wagon, 703 at 97 miles an hour for Mike Gaffney. David Smith coming up next. He's out of Orange Park, 2000 Ford Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Here we going up against Mark Treadwell. Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida, driving the Chevy Camaro. All right, so Smith went through the 663, 104, 693, 100 there for Mark Treadwell. Chris Knapp coming up next out of St. Petersburg, Florida, the 76 Vegas station wagon. Going up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane, 96 Ford Mustang out of Gainesville. Once again, these Super Pro motorcycles, so lane 7, Super Pro bikes, lane 7, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro cars. Super Pro cars. Let's start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Flying Brian trailer crate sales. Super Pro. Let's start making our way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian trailer sales. Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Start loading the lanes, please. Okay, and now coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in her 2001 S10. And Brendan George, go right over there in the Budweiser lane, his 92 Mustang. And red light start there for Nap. 001 red to an 014 green light started for Brendan George. Brendan gets there first, 6:34, 107 to a 7:16 at 93 for Ann Nap. And it brings up Michael Hart next out of Palm Harbor, Florida, 95 Ford Mustang. And Chris Parisi out of Jacksonville, his 2016 Mustang's going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, come on down. All right, red light start for Parisi, 108 reaction time for Hart. Hart's going to get to the strike first, 620 at 109 miles an hour, 774 at 93 for Chris Parisi. Mark Orton coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane, driving the Chevy Camaro. And Robert Simpson from Jacksonville, his 1970 Nova, will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Start making your way into the lanes, please. Super Pro. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. .024 reaction time for Orton, 009 for Simpson. Orton's going to get there first, 672, 109 to a 764 at 89 for Simpson.
Sorry, trying to make some adjustments to the camera to make it a little bit more clear for everybody.
Okay. Look, this is Dan Young coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I don't have that information right handy. And Joe Cool Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia, in his 70 Mavericks going to be run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we're staged and ready to go here. Red line start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 041 reaction time for Joe Cool. And Camaro gets there first with a 657, 104 as Joe Cool goes through the 697 and 97 miles an hour. Dan Schindelbauer coming up next out of Jacksonville, the 71 Dodge Demon. Once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Super Pro bikes, y'all should be in the lanes getting all suited up and ready to go. All right, Schindelbauer pulled the trigger a little bit early on his. He goes through the 749 at 92 miles an hour. That'll bring up Donnie Hutto next. He's out of Jessup, Georgia, driving a 1970 Mercury Comet. Looks like Donnie will probably be the last one here in this first time session of the Pro Eliminator category as we're getting ready to go over here to our Super Pro motorcycles. Hutto off and running a 114 reaction time on the Comet. It goes 694 at 97 miles an hour. All right, so that wraps up our first time session there in the Pro Eliminator category. I need Super Pro, Super Pro. Start making your lane into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. All right, here we go with our first time run for the Super Pro motorcycles. And if y'all haven't had a chance to look at Larry Berger's bike over here on the left-hand side, y'all need to take some time to look at this thing. That is all paint, not a wrap. That thing is gorgeous. I was admiring that out there in the pit area earlier. Very nice job done there. So you got Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Over here in the Budweiser lane, we got Jeremy Davis. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, 46 reaction time there for Davis. And Larry took his time. 8:19 at 85 miles an hour there for Davis. Berger goes through 8:42 at 97. All right, next pair coming up. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. And John Upthegrove is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane out of Keystone Heights. Kawasaki's out there. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro. Need you in the lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Need you in the lanes 1 and 2. All right, here we go. Leachman and Upthegrove. Leachman better reaction time 0:14 or 0:26. But it looks like Upthegrove is going to get there first. 5:56, 1:28 to a 5:69 and 1:22 for Dwayne Leachman. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And we're going up against bike number 278. All right, don't have the tech card on that card fight just yet. Not sure who's on that one. Okay, 005 red light start there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And 5:40, 1:34 over there on the Budweiser side. Schmidt having some problems with his bike. I think slowed to an 8:21 and 57. Something not right there. He'll get it figured out. All right, that brings up Scott DeLong next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Citra, Florida. He'll be running up against Tim Hunt over here in the Budweiser lane, also out of Citra. All right, once again, Super Pro, Super Pro. Need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro. Need you in the lanes. Come on now. Yep. Still got a bike on the track down there, looks like on the top end. So we're putting them on hold up here on this end. Well, we get them off the track down there. So just a moment here. Hopefully they'll have it cleared.
Sorry for all the adjustments, but I wanted to make sure everyone gets the best picture possible. Hey, if you're rounding about looking for something to do, come on out here to Gainesville Raceway, sit in the stands, have a great time with your family. Hey, it's cheap entertainment, $15 for adults, Children 12 and under are free.
All right, so it looks like we're about to get everything back underway here. All right, here we go. As we're getting ready to go to the Flying Brown Trailer Sales Super Pro. I do need sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen need you to lanes 5 and 6. I need pro bikes to lane 7. Pro bikes, need y'all to lane 7, please. All right, here we go with our first time session here in the Super Pro category. We've got Jim Barbera coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Trenton, Florida, at the wheel of the 66 Chevy Nova. All right, Ryan Norton coming up over here on the Budweiser side out of Inverness, Florida, in the 2000 S10 pickup. All right, that brings up Mr. Ernie Griggs over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 72 Camaro. He's out of Ocala, Florida, the owner of the Ocala Tire Service. And right up against Tommy Campbell out of Fleming Island, his 87 Ford Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the rarely seen C10 pickup truck. He'll up against Big John Rollins over here on the Budweiser side. He's out of High Springs, Florida in the 72 Nova. Okay, John Rollins goes through with a 612 at 112 miles an hour, 697 at 97 there for John Dwayne. Luke Alley coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Fort White, Florida, driving the Chevy Camaro. Going against Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida, in his 1970 Dodge Dart. Right over here on the Budweiser side of the track. Once again, need sportsmen, the lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, need you lanes 5 and 6. Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. 018 reaction time for Lou, 027 for Lee. And Lee catches him there at the 8th mile, goes 663, 105 to 677 at 100 for Lou Galley. Tom Heath coming up next over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Out of St. Augustine, driving the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against Shirley Powell over here in the Budweiser lane. Shirley out of Green Cove Springs. All right, comes Joe Pinkston over here on Lucas Oil side of the tracks out of Williston, Florida. He'll be running up against Georgia Manuel over there in the Budweiser lane out of High Springs, Florida. His 68 Nova. All right, Todd Osting over there on the Lucas Oil lane goes 487, 141 miles an hour. All right, that'll bring in Bruce Root out of Webster, Florida, in his 78 Ford Mustang. He'll go against Ben Max Matt's out of Gainesville driving a 67 Chevy 2. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Dead Mass gets off the line 024, reaction time to 039 from Bruce Root. Mass goes through 625, 108, 713, and 94 for Bruce Root. That'll bring up Randy Root, 71 Pinto, running over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Amber Matz, 65 Chevelle. She'll run over here on the Budweiser side. All right, Randy Root goes through the 668, 100 miles an hour to a 782 at 85 for Amber. All right, let's go bring up Brad Westbury. Out of Odom, Georgia. He's got a 548 cubic inch big block Chevrolet with a blower on it. I think that'll be interesting to see. Ivy Brandon coming up over here on the Budweiser side. Okay, so Westbury goes 479 at 146 miles an hour to a 653 at 111 from there in Budweiser lane. Barry Rowell coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Nahoma, Georgia. Got a 74 Vega. He'll run up against Glenn Dugans over here in Budweiser lane. His Vega station wagon. He's out of Alachua, Florida. All right, here we go. We're all staged up, ready to go. Lights on the way down. Off we go. Barry Rowell, a 006 reaction time to an 038 for Glenn. Rowell's going to get the strike first, 590, 116 to a 764 at 90 miles an hour for Glenn Newmans. I'll bring up Flying Brian Jones next out of Orange Park. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Buddy's out of Alachua, Florida, 91 S10. All right, Super Pro drivers in the back of the lanes, please pull your car forward, please. Super Pro drivers in the back of the lanes, let's pull them forward, please. Double 06 reaction time for Buddy, 009 for Brian Jones. Jones goes 472, 145. Goolsby 660 at 102. All right, that brings up Barry Jones out of Orange Park, 1968 Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Jamie Kelly out of Ocala in the 86 Dodge Daytona is going to run over here in Budweiser lane. No 14 reaction time there for Barry Jones. 019 for Jamie Kelly. Jones gets there first. 572, 122, a 660, and 115 from Jamie Kelly. All right, Michael Hart coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Bobby Trudell. Trudell's on a Ford White and a 33 Ford Roadster. He'll run up here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 030 reaction time for Hart, 034 for Trudell. Trudell will get there first, 532, 129 with 621 and 109 for Hart. That brings up Brendan George next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's from Gainesville. He'll be going up against another Gainesville native, and Tim Goolsby over here on the Budweiser side. All right, red light start for Tim. 026 reaction time for Brendan. Brendan goes 487, 140 to a 518 and 133 for Tim Goolsby. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Ben Whiting over here in Budweiser lane. Out of the Malibu. All right, Scott Young coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. Let's get in the Budweiser lane. Gene Quinn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be over here in the dragster in the Lucas Oil lane. Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup out of Alachua. Derek, your current track champion here in Super Pro. Oh, 11 reaction time there for Derek. Gene took a while. 555, 126 to a 551 at 124 for Gene Quinn. That'll bring up Gary Vasquez out of Alachua. All right, attention to the pitch. Junior dragsters, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Come on down. All right, Richard Lindsay coming up here on the Ford Mustang. Oh, 84 reaction time there for Lindsay. And he goes through with a 658 at 105 miles an hour. And bring up Bart Treadwell next. He's out of Jacksonville driving the Chevy Camaro. All right, Pro Bikes, let's get loaded up. Pro Bikes, we're ready to go, please. Sportsman, you're on deck. Sportsman, you're on deck. Junior dragsters, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, need you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, so Treadwell goes through with a 694 at 99. All right, I got a test run coming up here. Don't have the information on this yet. It's going to be a no-time run. All right, here we go to the pro motorcycles. We got Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, junior dragsters, need your lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, come on down. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. You're on deck, coming up after the bikes. Okay, so Jeremy Davis is 030 on the tree, 724 on Berger. He's been working on that. And Berger gets there first with 1193, 113 miles an hour to 1297 at 101 for Jeremy Davis. Brings up Tim Hunt next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Dwayne Leachman's going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Leachman, 001 on the Christmas tree goes 891, 147. Tim Hunt, he was 007 on the tree, goes 953 at 141 miles an hour. Brings up Sean Tucker next out of High Springs. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Suzanne Turner out of Alachua is going to run over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Sean Tucker's 061 on the tree. He's going to get to the stripe first down there with a 939, 144 miles an hour. And Suzanne, we're waiting. And waiting. And the sundial down on the top end comes up at 2185 at 57 miles an hour. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Chuck Willem from Reddick over there in the Budweiser lane. Red line start for Chuck, 026. Reaction time for Schmidt. Looks like Chuck may have some problems out there. Just a couple gears. Looks like he's got it straightened out. He's going to be slower than normal, though. He was 1204, 121. About 2 seconds off his pace. 1284, 100 there for Schmidt. John Up the Road coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Double 01 reaction time there for DeLong, 017 for Up the Grove. And John gets there first, 860, 157 miles an hour to a 902 at 141 for Scott DeLong. All right, here we go. We got Matt Champagne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Toyota RAV4. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Reddick. driving the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, 059 red light start for Matt, 044 is reaction time for Salyers. And Salyers going to get the strike first down there, 1349, 100 miles an hour. As Matt's going to go through the 1711 at 81. Ralph Bratton coming up next, 72 El Camino over there on the Lucas Oil Lane. Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, and the 68 Nova is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, junior dragsters, you should be in lane 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. 005 reaction time for Bratton, 076 for Wilson. Looks like Wilson's going to hold him off down on the top end as he gets there with a 11.05 at 119 miles an hour to 11.48 at 117 for Ralph Bratton. Robbie Hoxton coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track against him. And he'll be going against Dennis Harsh from Gainesville in the Infinity in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention down the pits. Attention to the pits. Big Pro Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. All right, Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Robert Simpson, 005 on the tree over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Marcus Cruz from McClenny over there on the Budweiser side. Marcus laying out there on the center line. Goes 12:59, 100 miles an hour. Mitch Gunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's at a start driving a 14 Dodge Charger. Alan Hill out of Citro's over here in the Budweiser lane, 87 Ford Mustang. All right, once again, look for Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Junior Dragsters, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. All right, so Mitch pulled the trigger too early on the Dodge. He was 079 red, 035 is reaction time for Hill. Hill goes 1103 at 122 to a 1279 at 106. All right, John Lamdola over there on Lucas Oil Lane, 044's reaction time, 030 for Chad King. King's going to get there first with the Pontiac. He goes through with a 1168, 112 miles an hour to a 1345 of 101. We have John Lamdola. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Malibu. PJ Gatlin in the GTO is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, need Junior Street over to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8, need the Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters for lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lays you to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. 062 reaction time for DeLeon. 054 red light start there for PJ. Okay, PJ goes through the 1396 at 99 miles an hour, 1171 at 82 there for Scott. All right, Pro Eliminator cars. Let's pull those cars up to the front of the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, let's pull the cars up to the front of the lanes, please. These are lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster should be in lanes 1 and 2, and Junior Street, you should be in lane 8. The Pro Eliminator in lanes 3 and 4 for round 1. right, Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against one of the Collins kids here, I think, or I don't have the information on this car just yet. ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to get into round one, but before we do that, we got a few things we'd like to do first. So at this time, I would ask that y'all please rise as Mr. Phil Green's going to lead us in our invocation, and we'll follow it up with our national anthem. So at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Brother Phil Green.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for another opportunity to be here doing what we love to do. Lord, we thank you for the freedoms that we have in this country that we celebrated last weekend, Lord. I just thank you for them and ask that you protect our country, Lord, and preserve those freedoms that many men have fought and died for, Lord. Lord, I just ask for your safety on this facility this day as we work, race, and play. Watch over us, lead, guide, and direct us in all that we say and all that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Now playing our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. All right, we're getting ready for round one. Sorry about the short there. I think my tape may have just give up on me. All right, so here we go. We're going to get ready for round one here in Roller Eliminator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to On the Spot with David Rogers. I'm Mitchell Gunter, along with my co-host Alexis Gatlin. We want to thank you for tuning in today, watching all the racing action right here at Gainesville Raceway. As everyone's out here today competing in the Summit Racing Equipment ET Racing Series. But first, we want to talk a little bit about our sponsors and give them a little bit of notice. So our first sponsor that we're going to talk about is Miracle Automotive and Towing. Hey, don't pray for a miracle. Call Miracle Automotive and Towing for all your automotive and towing needs. Call 904-368-1114. And also speaking about Miracle Automotive and Towing, they just came on board as a sponsor of the No Time Truck class that will be here at Gainesville on October the 29th, part of the 352 shootout. With that being said, we want to give a lot of thanks to Derek Putnam. He's been putting this event on for quite some time now, and it has just kept on growing and growing, and the fans come out and they sit in the bleachers. Most of the classes are heads up, except for open comp. But I'll tell you what, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see these trucks, these no-time trucks run down the track. You will be amazed. If you've never seen anything this quick, your jaw will be laying on the bleachers floor. So I hope y'all come out and sponsor that, support that event when it comes up on October the 29th. Also, we want to mention another one of our sponsors, On the Spot Lawn Maintenance, full service lawn care for you. Hey, just give them a call at 904-966-1633. Right now, they're going to do a little bit of track prep, and we will be getting into our first round of eliminations today. starting off with the pro cars. So I think they're going to go down there and double check the track, see if it needs a little glue. If it's in good shape, I think we're just going to move right on into round one of eliminations. And just a reminder, if competitors lose first round, they have the option of buying back into the second round. Now, they do not get any points awarded to them first round, but after they buy back to second round and start winning rounds, they will start accumulating points. That's how the point system works here at Gainesville Raceway. And also most of your tracks that run the ET Bracket Series. Also coming up in the second week of October, we will be hopefully live streaming. I've got to get confirmation first. Live streaming the Summit ET Finals that will be held at South Georgia Motorsports Park this October. So if you cannot make it up to South Georgia Motorsports Park, you can always catch it with On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. We also have a couple other events that will be making their way to Gainesville Raceway. And one of those events is No One Fights Alone. What a great opportunity for racers to come together, have a great time, compete against each other, and at the same time, raise money for St. Jude's Hospital. That's right. You know, these kids, they go through a lot. You know, it's really hard on adults going through cancer. Can you imagine being a child and having to go through that and fight that battle day in and day out? So we want to mention them. And also, that I believe that race is in November. And then in December, we will have the Horsepower Hustle. And this is all about motorcycles and grudge racing. I think it's going to be a great event, and we are honored to be live streaming that as well. I believe that event is December the 8th and 9th. I'll have to double check my calendar. But we're going to go ahead and get into some racing action. First round of pro, and I'm going to turn it back over to our announcer.
Let me set one my car vote. All right, Sawyer's going to get just a little over a 2-second head start here over Bill Green. Okay, here we go. Round one underway. Sawyer's off and running. Here comes Bill Green. Looks like he got about 44 thou difference at the starting line. Here we come to the stripe on a double breakout. Bill Green gets the win line here, 651 on a 54. And Sawyer's goes out with 855 on his 864. Chris Knapp coming up next, 646 to dial in for the 76 Vega. Going up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane, 782 to dial in for the 65 Chevelle. So Amber going to get about a second and a half lead here in the Chevelle. And we got a clean green light start, 30 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on for Knapp on a double breakout. Knapp gets the win light. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 695 to dial in for the 98 Mustang. He's out of Alachua. He'll go up against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. Rollins with a 584 dial in on the 72 Nova. So Andy will get a little over a 1 second head start here in the Mustang. All right, 43 thousandths of a second is the difference between the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Rollins going to get the win line here as he goes 589 on the 584, picks up the win line. Andy goes 7 flat on his 695. Jason was 010 on the tree. Andy was 053. That brings up John Rollins next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. 751 is her dial. Okay, you got a clean green light start. We got 21 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Rollins gets the win line 617 on the 15 dial in as Leah breaks out with the 748 on the 751 dial in. I'll bring up Derek Putnam next, 725 the dial in on the 1970 Nova out of Gainesville. Going up against Steve Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 655 is going to be his dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Okay, Derek Putnam's going to get the win line here on a double red light start. He was a little better than his opponent. Okay, here comes Paul Allen. 1972 Ford Maverick's got a 706 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane. And Jeff Copeland, his 67 Camaro's got a 625 dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. So Paul going to get 81 thou head start here. And they're off and running. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 53 thou difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Paul Allen getting the win light here as he goes 710 on his 706 dial in as Copeland breaks out with a 621 on a 625. Kevin Roberts coming up next, 760 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Went up against Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, 695 the dial in for the 68 Nova. Need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, got a clean green light start here, and it's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win light here as he goes 762 on a 760 dial in. Clint Wilson went 697 on his 695. But he was a little bit behind on the Christmas tree there, and Roberts gets the win light. Brendan George coming up next, 637 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Lee Hauser over here in Budweiser lane. 701 is the dial in for the 71 Dodge. All right, 2 thou. Separate the two at the starting line. This one should be close. Here we go to the stripe. Win light's coming on for Brendan George. He goes dead on 4 as Hauser goes dead on 5. Your winning margin is 0.035. 35 10,000ths of a second at the stripe. Brendan George gets the win light. David Smith coming up next, 665 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1970 Camaro with a 664 dial-in. So 1,000th of a second the difference on the dial-ins. Here we go. And we got an 9,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be David Smith getting the win line here, 668 on a 65. Ernie goes 668 on his 664. Both drivers go 668 with a 7 at 104 miles an hour. Mark Horton coming up next, 675 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro, going up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Gainesville, 656 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Red line start for Lindsay is going to give Horton the automatic win light. And Horton goes through with a 672, 109. Lindsay goes through with a 651 at 105. Michael Hart coming up next, 623 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Palm Harbor. He'll go up against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane, 772 the dial in for the 2016 Mustang out of Jacksonville. So Parisi's going to get a 2.5 head start here over Hart. All right, we got a clean green line start both lanes. Win line's going to come on over there from Michael Hart, 626 on a 623 dial in as Chris Parisi breaks out with a 761 on a 772 dial in. Chris, that brings up Mike French next, 645 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. He'll go up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane, 691's the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Bart Pangilian's going to get the win line on a double breakout. That brings up Mike Gaffney next. 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood's got a 7 flat dial in. He run up against Joe Cool Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia. The 74 Maverick. He's got a 695 dialed in. And Gaffney's going to get just a blink of a head start. Joe Cool will be right on his heels. All right, got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Gaffney getting the win line here, 703 on a 7 flat. As Hutto goes 703 on his 695. Hutto was better on the tree, but just couldn't run the number down on the top end, and Gaffney gets the win line. All right, got our next pair getting ready to roll through the burnout box. We got Mark Hoffman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 812 is going to be his dial in. It's a 1970 AMC Rebel. We're up against Donnie Hutto from Jessup, Georgia, in his 1970 Mercury Comet. Over there on the Budweiser side. All right, here we go. We got Max Porter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 to dial in for the S10 pickup. And Dan Schindelbauer over here in the Budweiser lane. 749 to dial in for the 71 Dodge Demon. And Porter is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He had better than 2 red lights, so Porter will move on into round number 2. Brings up John Dwayne next. 616 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. They'll go up against PJ Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane. PJ with a 9 flat dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 59 final difference at the starting line. John Dwayne's going to get the win light here as he puts a 5-thou pack together. He's 002, goes 3 over. John Dwayne moving on into round 2. Okay, Bart Treadwell coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 693 the dial in for the Camaro, going against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 764 is his dial in. At the stripes, going to be Robert Simpson getting the win light here as he goes 767 on a 64 dial in. 007 on the tree. Treadwell goes dead on forward. He's 046. So Simpson gets the win light on the hole shot. Jeff Gatlin coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against James Evans from Jacksonville over there on the Budweiser side. 703 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there for James Evans is going to give Jeff Gatlin the automatic win light. Gatlin goes through the 617 on his 621. Evans went 701 on his 703. That brings up Dean Lichty next. 668 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll go up against Alan Hill over there in the Budweiser lane. 702 the dial in for the 87 Ford Mustang. Okay, win light there is coming on for D. Lichty as he goes through with the 671 on that 668 dial in as Alan Hill bows out with a 703 on his 702. Alan closer to the dial in, but behind on the Christmas tree. D. Lichty gets the win light. Darren Stutz coming up next. 599 the dial in for the 57 Chevrolet out of Green Cove Springs. He'll go up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 738 is the dial in for the 94 Pontiac Firebird. Okay, Super Pro Motorcycle. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. The Flying Brian Trailer Trails Super Pro Cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro Cars to lanes 1 and 2. Need Sportsman in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman. Need y'all to lanes 5 and 6, please, for round 1. All right, Stutz picks up the win light there, 604 on his 599 dial in as Chad King goes out with a 749 on a 738. Jimmy Hall coming up next, 723 to dial in for the 76 Camaro. And Scott DeLeon out of Bellevue's 1980 Malibu. Got a 678 dial in. And somebody Scott DeLeon getting the win line here as he goes 682 on a 78 dial in. And Jimmy Hall goes out with a 753 on a 723 dial in. Byron coming up here for Ryan Norton, 667 the dial in on the S10. Once again, deep line, Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, so Ryan goes through with a 663 on that 667 dial in. All right, so here we go, round 1 of the Super Pro motorcycles. Got bike number 278 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 515 dial in. He'll run against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 821 to the dial in for him. So looks like you're going to get a 3-second head start there for Jeremy Davis. Once again, these are Super Pro cars. Y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Jeremy Davis got the win light there as he goes 827 on a 21 dial in and 713 on that 515. Ain't going to win many races there. All right, that's going to bring up Larry Berger next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 778 the dial in. He'll go up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane, 568 is his dial in.
Hey, we just want to give you a heads up. Hey, join us on Wednesday night. We're going to have a special guest. We're going to actually have Lyle Barnett, Grant Guthrie, Pete Harrell, and Derek Putnam to talk about the 352 shootout and some of the classes, and definitely that no-time truck class. So I hope you tune in. That's Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That is p.m., not in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning is a little too early. But we hope that you join us and watch our podcast. And if this is your first time hopping on watching this, hey, go to our page and start following us. We try to keep up with NASCAR and NHRA as much as possible and breaking stories.
All right, so Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to get the win light there as he goes 586 on a 45 dial in. That's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 568 is going to be his dial in. Going against John Upthegrove over here in the Budweiser Lane. 550 is his dial in. Red light start there for Dwayne Leachman. It's going to give John Upthegrove the automatic win light. John goes through with a 551 on the 550 as Leachman goes 567 with a 6 on a 568 dial in. And that'll bring up Tim Hunt. 580 is going to be his dial in. Okay, this is a rerun from earlier in the round here. Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 778 is going to be his dial in. Go out against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane, 568 is his dial in. So Berger going to get just over a 2-second head start here. And Scott DeLong is going to get the win line here as he goes 572 on a 568 dial in. Berger breaks out with a 768 on a 778. All right, Super Pro cars, y'all should be in the lanes. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go, round 1 of Super Pro. We got Joe Pinkston coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 721 is going to be his dial in, going against Buddy Goolsby over there in Budweiser lane, 658, the dial in for the S10. Well, red line start there by Buddy Goolsby. He's going to get Pinkston in the automatic white line. All right, Todd Austin coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 488 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. Going against Glenn Newman over here in the Budweiser lane. 760 the dial in for the Vegas station wagon. All right, win line comes off for Todd Austin as he has 489 on 488. Glenn breaks out with a 757 on a 760. Glenn actually had on the tree. He was over 002. All right, Gene Quinn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 549 his dial in. Well, yes, Tommy Campbell over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, Tommy Campbell getting the win line there. 641 on a 640 dial in as Quinn breaks out with a 548 on his 549 dial in. Mike Midrise coming up, 656 the dial in for the 62 Chevy 2. They go up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane, 555 the dial in for the S10. Only 2 fouls separate the two of the starting line. This will be close. Here we go. Vasquez gets the win right here, 555 on a 555 dial in. As Mitt Rising goes 657 on his 656. 35 ten thousandths of a second was the margin of victory. All right, Brad Westbury coming up next out of Wood, Georgia. Got a 478 dial in going up against Gary Vasquez over there in the Budweiser lane, 474 the dial in for Gary. All right, looks like that 24 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Brad Westbury getting the win line here, 481 on a 478. As Vasquez goes 477 on a 474. All right, Bruce Root coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, 712 the dial in for the 78 Ford Mustang 2. Going up against Ivy Brannon, 645 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Red light start for Bruce Root's going to get the automatic win here to Brannon. That's a good thing because he broke out by a ton, goes 619 on a 645. Out of Randy Root, 668 the dial in for the 71 Pinto. And we're up against Shirley Powell over here in the Budweiser lane, 670 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. And at the stripe, it's going to be Shirley Powell getting the win line here as he goes 673 on a 670 dial in. Root goes dead on 3 and cannot get the win light to come on. It tells you that he was a little tardy on the tree there. Shirley Powell took care of that. Ernie Griggs coming up next. 735 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Going up against Lee Zaremba over there in the Budweiser lane. 663 is the dial in for the 70 Dodge Dart. All right, we've got a nice clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. Mr. Griggs gets the win light, goes 736 on a 35 dial in as Lisa Reva breaks out with a 659 on his 663. And Ernie had it covered on the Christmas tree as well, 014 to 088. Victor Adams coming up next, 651 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And we'll go up against Bobby Trinell over there in the Budweiser lane, 531 the dial in for the 33 Ford out of Fort White. All right, Victor Adams picked up the win light there. He goes dead on 3 with a 008 reaction time. Left thigh back together. Trinell was 017 on the tree. Went 533 on the 31 dial in. Brings up John Rollins. 616 the dial in, 616 going up against the 549 dial in of Jerry Norton in his 27 Ford out of Bradenton. Rowell separate the two at the starting line. And the strike, it's going to be Norton getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3. And Rollins breaks out with a 6:14 on a 16 dial in. Barry Rowell coming up next. 589 is the dial in for the Vega. It's out of Mayona, Georgia. He'll be going up against Tim Goolsby over there in the Budweiser lane. 518 the dial in for the direction. All right, I need Pro Motorcycle, lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Junior Street, you can make your way into lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Red light start there for Barry Rowell is going to give the automatic win here to Tim Goolsby. Goolsby gets through with a 5:16 on a 5:18 dial in. Michael Hart coming up next, 6:23 the dial in for the Ford Mustang, going up against Keith Collins, I believe it is, over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:27 is the dial in. All right, that's the nice clean green light start, 38,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The wind light's coming on over there for Keith Collins. And as he goes through this 6:29 on a 27 dial in, Hart runs dead on 3. Can't put it together on the starting line. And Collins picks up the win on a hole shot. Barry Jones coming up next, 5:71 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Jimmy Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:60 the dial in for the 86 Dodge Daytona. Red light start for Jimmy Kelly is going to give Barry Jones the automatic win. Jones goes through the 5:68 on that 5:71 dial in. Kelly also runs quick with a 6:57 on his 6:60 dial in. That'll bring up Flying Brian Jones next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 4:72 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Ben Whiting over here in the Budweiser lane. 7:36 is the dial in on the Malibu. Okay, win light's going to come on for Brian Jones. He is 4:75 on a 72 dial in. His wagon breaks out with a 7:31 on a 36 dial in. Ryan Norton coming up next, 6:64 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Inverness. Going up against John Rugas out of St. John's, Florida. 5:74 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, got a clean green light start here, and at the stripe, Ryan Norton's going to get the win light here as he goes 6:64 with a 5 on a 64 dial in, and Rugas goes out with a 5:88 on a 74 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up next, 7 flat at ILM. 66 no out of Trenton. He'll be going up against Steve Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 654 is his dial in on the Chevy Camaro. And a red light start there for the Budweiser lane. It's going to give Barbera the automatic win. And Barbera goes 682 on a 7 flat. And Young goes out with a 651 on his 654. Okay, here we go. We got Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track by a 7 flat that aisle in for the 77 AFC Gremlin out of Wildwood. It's going up against Ben Matz over here in the Budweiser lane, 625 that aisle in for the 67 Chevy 2. All right, one of them's got a perfect reaction time. The other was 011, so not bad. But the win light's coming off of Mike Gaffney on a 698 on his 7 flat. Matz went 620 on his 625. Gaffney also recorded the perfect reaction time there, which should secure him a bye run in the next round. That brings up Brendan George. 486 at the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Amber Matz. Over here in the Budweiser lane, she's got a 774 dial in on her 65 Chevelle. All right, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to lane 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior street, need you to lane 8. Junior street, lane 8. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Street bikes, back to lane 7. Street bikes, back to lane 7. All right, win light's going to come off for Brendan George, 491 on a 486 dial in as Amber goes out with a 777 on her 774. All right, Lou Galley coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 678 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Tom Heath over there in the Budweiser lane. 668 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. And a red light start for Tom Heath is going to give Lou Galley the automatic win. And Louis goes through with a 675 on a 678. That's going to bring up John Dwayne next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 697 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 542 the dial in for the Willis. All right, Stutz gets the win light here. He's 001 on the tree, goes dead on 2, puts a 3-thou pack together. And John Dwayne, he goes 691 on a 97. He was 007 on the tree, but Stutz puts together a heck of a run there. All right, here we go. We got Houston McLean coming up next here as a test run on the Ford Mustang. All right, here we go. Round one of pro motorcycle. And we got Jeremy Davis over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1295 is going to be his dial in going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 1285 is his dial in. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters should be in lanes 1 and 2. Need pro eliminator to start making your way back into lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro eliminator. Start making your way back into lanes 3 and 4. All right, so Scott DeLong, got to sit here a spell. Front this bike about 12 seconds before you can start giving chase. And oh man, Scott pulled the trigger too soon. Junior dragsters, need you in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, it's your third call. Need you into lanes 1 and 2. All right, Larry Berger and Tim Hunt. And Tim Hunt's going to get the win light here. 954 on a 950. This Berger breaks out with 1136 on 1182 dial in. So bring Dwayne Leachman next. 890 is going to be his dial in. We're going to get Sean Tucker over here in the Budweiser lane. Tucker with a 938 dial in. All right, red light started by Leachman. It's going to give Sean Tucker the automatic win. Tucker goes through the 932 on a 938 dial in. And Leachman goes 885 on his 890. John Up the Road coming up next. 856, 859 the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, coming up against Chuck Wallop. Chuck with a 10 flat dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start by John Updegrove is going to give Chuck Wallop the automatic win light. And Chuck goes through with a 991 on his 10 flat dial in. Updegrove goes dead on 7, but he's 36 red. All right, here we go, round one of sportsmen. All right, junior dragsters, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior street, lane 8. Junior street, lane 8. The pro eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Mitch Gunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1279 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going against John Lampdola. John pulled the trigger too early. He's 011 red. And it gives Mitch the automatic win light. John had a 1345 dialed in on the Jeep. And he goes 1328. Mitch goes 1280 on his 1279. That's going to bring up Jay Dickinson next. 1751 the dial in on the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. He'll run against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane, 1188 the dial in for the Ford Mustang for Parisi. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, nice clean green light start in both lanes. I think got about 33 pound difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, Parisi's going to get the win light here, 1193 on 1188 dial in. He's a little better on the tree at 097. Jay Dickinson runs too quick as he goes 1748 on his 1751. Matt Champagne coming up next, 1710 the dial in for the Toyota RAV4 over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane, 1240 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. So Sayers going to have to show some patience here as he's got to sit just about 5 seconds waiting on Champagne to go down the raceway. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on for Salyers. He goes 1334 on a 1240 dial in as Matt Champagne breaks out with a 1702 on a 1710 dial in. All right, Chad King coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 1179 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane, 1274 is his dial in, driving the Chevy Corvette. All right, so we got 36 valve difference at the starting line here. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming on down there for Chad King. He goes 1181 on 1179 dial in. Bart goes out with a 1278 on his 1274. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 1171 the dial in for the Malibu. Going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane, 11 flat the dial in for the 68 Nova. All right, got a clean green light start for both lanes. And looks like at top end, it's going to be Clint Wilson getting the win light here as the Leon breaks out with 1167 on 1171. And Clint Wilson goes 1103 on his 11 flat. Robbie Hodgson coming up next here, 1150 the dial in for the S10 pickup. And Marcus Cruz over here in Budweiser lane, 1213 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, got 22 foul difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come off of Marcus Cruz. He goes 1214 on a 13 dial in. And Hodgson breaks out with 1146 on 1150 dial in. Brings up Alan Hill next. 11:04 is going to be his dial in. And they got a Ford Mustang over there in the Budweiser lane. That would be Jen Farley in the Mustang. And it looks like she may have pulled the trigger way too early on that car. I don't even think she's going to get a time out of that thing. She left before the tree was activated. So Alan Hill will get the win light. All right, PJ Gatlin coming up next, 1395 the dial in on the GTO. Going up against Robert Simpson over there in the Budweiser lane, 12:04 the dial in for the Nova. Oh, red light start there by Robert Simpson is going to get PJ Gatlin the automatic win light. And PJ goes 13:55 on a 95 dial in. Simpson goes 12:05 on his 12:04. All right, bye right here for Dennis Harsh. 13:54 the dial in on the vehicle. And he's going to go through the 13:48. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to jump over here and run our junior dragsters. We'll follow it up with junior street. I need Pro Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 3 and 4. I need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Okay, looks like we got a sibling rivalry going on out here as we're going to have Parker Collins over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 876 going to be the dial in, going against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 923 is going to be her dial in. And looks like Parker pulled the trigger too early. Goes red. Going to give Brooklyn the automatic win light. All right, that's going to bring up Blake Jones next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1190 is going to be his dial in, going against Sierra Haight over there on the Budweiser lane. 939 is going to be her dial in. All right, red line start there for Sierra is going to give Blake Jones the automatic win light. And Blake goes through 1196 on 1190 dial in as Sierra's car slows to a 1044 on a 939 dial in. And that's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy. Aaron with an 890 dial in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first round of NHRA Junior Street coming at you right here. The 5th Gen Camaro on Lucas Oil side, 958 to dial in. Going up against the big Buick wagon right-hand side. The Buick will go first. And we are clean and green. It's a great way to get your, 13 to 17-year-old into a big car. And the win light going to come on for the big wagon. Better reaction time, goes 1064 on a 1062. That is an 80 pack. The Camaro is 94 on the tree, breaks it out by 7, and still doesn't get there first. Was mathematically ineligible. The wagon picking up the win. So as Corey put down a little bit of VHT on the starting line, once again, a big shout out to On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers and Mitchell Gunner for manning the camera and everything over on the left side of the second floor of the timing tower. Yeah, if you want to tell your loved ones or your friends, they could jump on the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers on Facebook. We are live streaming this as well as all of our NHRA Summit ET bracket events for 2022. And a big shout out to David Rogers and Mitchell Gunner for being a part of that. They will also be back for the 352 shootout, which is at the end of October on Saturday, October 29th. We'll have heads-up racing, index racing, a little bit of everything, including trunk or treat, a costume contest for 3 different age groups, a whole lot of cool stuff going on. If you want to find out more information about that, they have shared it on the On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers page. You can also go to 352 Shootout. You just go to facebook.com/352 Shootout. It looks like we have a no time pass coming up here for the little S10 pickup truck. And then we will go into round number 2 of eliminations. So if you did not get a win light in round number 1, you can go to the first floor of the timing tower and see Miss Debbie, and she will take some of your money and give you another crack at it for round number 2. Here's where it counts, though. 2 go down and 1 comes back. If the win light doesn't come on in round number 2, you are officially done. You got to park it.
While we're doing some track prep, I just want to mention our sponsors, Miracle Automotive and Towing. Don't pray for a miracle, call a miracle at 904-368-1114. Also, On the Spot Lawn Maintenance, your full service lawn care for you, 904-966-1633. And like Derek was talking, he was talking about the 352 shootout. Hey, this is going to be a great event on October the 29th. You have to come out and see it. It is some of the most spectacular racing that you'll ever see right here in North Central Florida.
All right, so as I mentioned, we have a no time pass coming up here. So if you look at the top end scoreboards, you'll notice they have dashes on them. So basically the deal is if you do not want your time shown and you're just going to be the only person that gets it down at the top end, this is the way you do it. It puts it in no time format. It's the same on my screen up here in the tower, so I can't tell what the vehicle is going to run, but the S10 known as Big Papa going to make a lap down the right-hand side.
Gainesville small tire S10 truck doing the burnout across the start line right-hand side. Going to get him backed up into his groove. And going to come up to make a single pass. Pro ET, if you are not loaded up, we're going to come to you next. Pro ET, we're going to come to you next. So start making your final preparations. So once again, Pro ET, load up. Pro ET, load up, please. Pro ET, load up, please. All right, so once again, Pro ET, load up, please. Pro ET, load up, please. We're coming to you next. Pro ET for round number 2. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET, load up, please. Once again, a big shout out to all of you that came out here to Gainesville Raceway for our Saturday Summit ET Series. We know that Mother Nature has been throwing us some curveballs as far as predictions go, but for all of you that have weathered the heat and the humidity and everything, we do appreciate you making the sacrifice to come out here to Gainesville and looking to hopefully crown some winners here later this afternoon. All right, so getting our Pro ET drivers suited up and ready to go. So Jeff Copeland and Chris Knapp are going to get us started off here in round number 2 of Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom Pro ET. The Nappy Mobile, the Vegas Station Wagon on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack, looking at 646 on his scoreboard, 621 for the 67 Camaro for Jeff Copeland out of Jacksonville on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. This one has points implications as Nappy was at the top of the points list for a little while and has since been knocked down to, I believe, number 3. Possibly number 4. I don't have my phone on me to look. But he wants to keep making rounds. As Knapp has already tasted victory here this year and has made it into the late rounds a couple of times. And he obviously wants to keep that train rolling. To do so, he needs to get around Copeland right here. The difference in their dial-ins is a quarter of a second. Knapp will lead first left side. Copeland will play catch-up right side. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. About a 500ths advantage going to Nappy. Win light, Nappy. 2 above for Copeland. So the difference goes to the dial-ins is the same. The difference in the reaction time, 0.23 tree for Knapp, 80 light for Copeland. And that sunk Copeland's hopes. He could have gone dead on 0 and still would have been behind as Knapp will go to round number 3. That brings up Jimmy Hall and Jason Rollins, our next pair of the 1976 Camaro of Hall, left-hand side, big block Chevy, 723 the dial. He'll get almost 1 full Christmas tree head start, 1.51 seconds. Actually, it's 1.41 seconds from Jason Rollins. 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy underneath the hood of his 71 Nova on the Budweiser side. He's out 582. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Rollins has a couple hundredths of advantage in his pocket. Win light. Coming on for Jimmy. A double breakout. Rollins takes 26th out. A breakout by 5. Jimmy Hall breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Rollins has a better reaction time by 22 thousandths. Takes 26. He needed to take 22 or less. In a double breakout, the reaction times are out the window. You need to break out by less. Jimmy Hall getting the better of a double breakout. And And we'll go to round number 3, Richard Lindsay and Ann Knapp next. The Mom Dime S10, 716 to dial. She'll lead first left side. Richard Lindsay will take his Gainesville, Florida-based Mustang to a 650 prediction, right-hand side, and Knapp turning on the red light uncharacteristically, and Richard Lindsay will get away with one here as he was late on the Christmas tree and then goes about 500s under the dial, and Knapp will not want to see that time slip. If she would have turned it green, she would have had a good chance, and Richard Lindsay just used luck to get to round number 3. How about Amber Matz and Mark Horton? I believe this is your current points leader. Left-hand side, the Big Block Camaro, dial 672, high gear only. Amber Matz dials in her Chevelle at 774. And Matz turns it red. Mark Horton was ready. 006 on the tree. And knocks it 4 thou under. So he was ready. Amber Matz turns it a bunch red and goes one above in a losing effort. How about a couple of Gainesville long-timers coming up here next? Phil Green and Leah Tadaro. Both of them made the trip up to Bristol, Tennessee for the World Foot Brake Challenge last weekend. Phil Green, based out of Ocala, Florida, the 68 Camaro. He's dialed in at 650. 1 second slower. Right-hand side, Leah Tadaro, the small block-powered Chevrolet van. Looking at 750 dial-in. So Leah Tadaro will lead first by 1 second exactly. On the right-hand side, the wheel-standing van, and then Phil Green, the Reverend, will try to chase her down on left-hand side. Both of them clean and green, about 100th of a second between them on reaction times. This one's going to come down to a tight stripe. Win light, Reverend Phil Green, 651 with a 2 on a 651.19 tree. That is 31 pack. Leah Tadaro is 32 on the tree and has no chance. Breaks out by 4 thousandths and takes 3 thousandths. She was mathematically ineligible with a 32 tree. Talk about tough luck, but Phil Green left her no room. Oh man, it's literally almost impressive. Chris Parisi coming up right-hand side, the 2020 Mustang GT. He will go to round number next thanks to a red light out of the Camaro on the left side. So Parisi, 052 on the tree, and breaks it out by 14 thou. He'll go to round number next. James Evans and John Rollins. John Rollins, who run it up here just 2 weeks ago. Looking to keep it going, and he is in control on reaction time. 008 on the tree for Rollins. Win light. Rollins in a double breakout goes under by 5 thou, taking 4 thou a strike. James Evans was 60 on the tree and took a whole lot more and had no chance. John Rollins just slammed the door shut. 008 on the tree, and Big John Rollins, as Rick would say, goes to round number 3. How about Dan Sawyers and Mike French, a couple of also long-timers here at Gainesville. The wheel-standing Malibu station wagon left side, Big Block Power. French dialed 640. The plush Monte Carlo right side, 855 dialing for Dan. And we are clean and green, and this time again, left side in control on reaction time. When light, right side. As Mike French doesn't get there by 7 thousandths, he gave it back, and Dan Sawyers going one above with a 43 tree to get a 7 thou margin of victory. Mike French is not going to want to see that time, so he was 006 and got behind to go 5 above his 640 dial-in. Dan Schindlenbauer coming up next, the 1971 Dodge Demon 746 dial-in. He'll get the head start. By 3,900 to a second from Paul Allen, the 72 Maverick small block Ford powered left side. And this one is all but in the pocket for Paul Allen. Over 2/10 better reaction time, and he is in control. 4 above, 7:11 on the 707. Dan's reaction time started with a 2. That's not what you want. You want it to start with a 0, preferably. This beautiful butternut yellow 1968 Chevy 2 of Clint Wilson coming up out of Providence, Florida. Dials in 696. He'll get the head start to former division champ Kevin Roberts. A Hover Orange 1969 small block Camaro. He's had this car for over 30 years. Dialed 756. And Kevin Roberts Roberts in control on reaction time. Left side win line. Left side on a double breakout. Roberts 12 on the tree. Took about a car length and then got bailed out because Clint Wilson was late and then followed him through with the hammer down. Here comes the guy who went red to me worse in round number 1 and gave me a win light. This is Scott Young, ELS powered third gen Camaro, Budweiser side, 653 dialing. I think they didn't realize how to park as he is against Debbie Young, his mom's Ford Mustang on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. I don't know if Debbie's driving it or Michael Hart is driving it. I believe Michael Hart is behind the wheel this time. 623 dialing, so one of the Young family is going to go to round number 3, but I'm sure this is not the way they wanted to do it. Whole shot difference going to go to Scott Young, right side, 0.3 of a second is your difference in dialings. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Michael Hart is in deep trouble. Scott Young in control, win light, Scott Young. Look at that, dead on 1 for Michael Hart, but his reaction time started with a whoa. It needs to start with an O. Scott Young, 029 tree, 5 above his 653 prediction. He goes to round number 3. Darren Stutz, who put together a 6-out pack in time runs, bringing his beautiful 57 Chevy up Lucas Oil side, 599 to dial in for the classic shoebox. Lee Hauser out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, 71 Dodge. That's the purple car, Budweiser side, 701 to dial in. Not the first time these two have faced each other. Whole shot difference going to go to Lee Hauser by about 1 second, 1.02 seconds if you want to be exact. We are clean and green left side, red light right side. Lee Hauser leaves 20 thousandths of a second too soon. Darren Stutz gets away with 150 on the tree, 6 flat with a 4. His worst reaction time up until that point was 11, and he missed it just a little bit, but Lee Hauser helped him out. How about a pair of Camaros? D. Ray Litney, they call him D's Nuts, 1969 Camaro. Big block Chevy power from Rollins Automotive. He's dialing in the Devil's dial, 666 Lucas Oil side. How about 668 for Ernie Renfro, former track champ, on the Budweiser side. Small block power, 1970 Camaro. 200ths of a second in the difference in dialing, so they will leave almost heads up. It'll look like a heads-up start on the Christmas tree when it drops. A big hole shot advantage. Somebody was 000. And it is the side with the win light. Ernie Renfro, 000 tree, 670 on a 668. D's reaction time, not what he wanted, and he breaks out and still doesn't get there first. That's the Alan Reinhart trifecta. Lead second, arrive second, and break out. Bart Payne-Gillian coming up next. In Greg Turner's Camaro, 688 to dial in right side. He'll get the head start from David Smith, the Coyote Swap 2000 model Mustang. 665 dial in left side. Now here's where True Start comes into effect. Both of them turn on the red light, and the win light coming on for Bart Payne-Gillian as he was less red. 002 red right side, 016 red left side. Now if this was the old school setup, Bart would have red lit first because he was the slower car, and even though David was red worse behind him, he would have gotten the win light. But that's what True Start does. The timing system developed by Peter Biondo from the Fling races, along with CompuLink. A little Ford versus Chevy battle coming up next. Wheel standing Maverick of Joe Hutto out of Jessup, Georgia, 695, his dialing. He'll face fellow Georgia resident Max Porter. He picked up a win here in the King of the Track series a couple months ago. 624 dialing for the S-Dime. We are clean and green on both sides. Porter in control on reaction time. Win light going to stay on his side. How about dead on 7, 27 tree, 34 pack. Joe Hutto is 65 on the tree and has no chance. He gets there second and still breaks out. So Hutto will load it up, and Max Porter goes to round number 3. George Emanuel, former track champion from South Georgia, his little 68 Chevy 767 his dialing. 812 to dial in for Mark Hoffman out of Jacksonville. That is a 1970 AMC. That's good for American Motors Corporation. He'll go first by about half a second. And this one, all but over, as George Emanuel has him locked up on reaction time. If the Chevy 2 does its job, and it does, 770 on a 767, Huffman breaks it out by about 200s and still doesn't get there first. Winlight swinging George Manuel's side. The High Springs resident will come back for round number 3. Here's your points leader. Right side for Super Pro, Ryan Norton. This is a little LS-powered S10 pickup truck. He's got a tough opponent. Left side, Mike Gaffney. That is a 1978 Gremlin, the only car designed on an airplane barf bag. 697, the Dylan on the Lucas Oil side. Gaffney leaves first. Oh, Ryan Norton is in trouble. He is in deep trouble. Gaffney in control, and Gaffney puts him on the sideline. 005, 699 on a 697. Ryan Norton missed it, breaks it out by 11th thou, and will put it on the trailer in Pro ET earlier than expected. matchup coming up on the starting line right here. They're only 500s apart on dial-ins. We'd like it to come on for Donnie Hutto as Andy Lindsay turns it a mere 9,000 spread. Hutto is ready. 12 on the tree. How about 14 total for Donnie Hutto? 12 tree. He's 694-2 on a 694. He throws down 14 foul package. Andy Lindsay 9 red and then goes 7 flat on a 699. It was going to be good if he would have kept it green, but Donnie Hutto lays down a solid run. Okay, now again, here's the thing that how are people not parking correctly? Here's another battle. How about father versus daughter? PJ Gatlin versus Jeff Gatlin. PJ in the Pontiac, right side, 898 dialing. Jeff Gatlin, the preacher out of St. Augustine, dialing in the Mustang at 620. So PJ going first by a lot. Now Jeff's going to try to play catch up. And PJ got him on the tree. Can she lay it down as they hit the top end stripe with light? No, going to Jeff Gatlin. Double breakout, 3 thou under. PJ breaks it out by 54 thousandths. PJ had him on the tree, 11 to a 35. So she'll get a little bit of bragging rights out of that one, but I don't think I'd want to line up with Jeff Gatlin specifically unless I had to. Scott DeLeon and Robert Simpson coming up next. Simpson out of Jacksonville, Florida, former sportsman champ, the 1970 Nova small block Chevy Power, 765 dialing Budweiser side. He'll lead first over Scott DeLeon, the beautiful wheel-standing 1980 Malibu. Stroker small block Chevy, 678 dialing. Right side will lead first by 87 hundredths of a second. Call it a light bulb and a half. Oh, baby, Scott DeLeon in trouble. Robert Simpson, 006 on the tree, and goes 768 on a 765. DeLeon is closer, 679 on a 678, but his tree left him short. Robert Simpson, 006 tree job. He goes to round number next. A couple of tough competitors coming up right here. So our last pair of round number 2 of Pro ET, look who we have on the starting line, ladies and gentlemen. John Dwayne and Brendan George. A couple people that have won here at Gainesville with regularity, and one of them is going to pack up sooner than expected. John Dwayne, the wheel standing. Green Camaro left-hand side, 615 dialing. Brendan George, the small block Chevy powered Mustang known as Big Juicy, 635 dialing. He'll lead first right side by 0.2 of a second. And John Dwayne turns it red by 7 thousandths. Brendan George is 13 green and breaks it out by about his normal amount. I'd say about 3.5 hundredths is normal. 38 thousandths is what he does right there. That one had all the makings of being a good battle. And John Dwayne just turned it a little bit pink. 7 thou red. Brendan George is 13 green. So he will go to round number 3. John Dwayne will pack up earlier than expected. We will go to round number 2 of motorcycle next. All right, so we're going to go into round number 2 of, I believe this is Super Pro bike. So this is the 8 mile motorcycle category out of the 2 that we have. I'm going to turn the microphone over back to Rick, who has generously joined us for the, I believe, the remaining of the Summit ET races. Does it feel just like home again?
Pretty much, yeah. Just kind of open my mouth and sort of foot. But yeah, we're back to do the Summit racing. Looking forward to it. And here we go into our Super Pro motorcycle category. We got Jeremy Davis coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 821 is going to be the dial in. Going against John Upthegrove over here in the Budweiser lane. 551 going to be the dial in for John. So Jeremy Davis is going to get about 2.5 second head start here. Over there on the Lucas Oil side. All right, here we go. Green, got a nice clean green light start. Then it looks like John Upthegrove's got the better reaction time here. But he gives it away on breakout down on the top end by 4 thou. Here's Jeremy Davis, goes 8:22 on a 21. John was 0:29 on the treat on 0:92. And should have lifted just a little bit, but he didn't. So maybe next time. All right, comes bike number 278 over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. It's got a 5:15 dial in going against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser Lane, 5:65. Here's the dial in for Leachman. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. So Leachman is going to get the half-second head start here. And red light start there on the Lucas Oil side is going to give Leachman the automatic win light. Leachman was 0:28 off the tree, goes 5:66 on a 65 dial in. Good run there for him. And Mike on the Lucas Oil side slow to a 5:75 on a 5:15. We 125 red. Brings up Larry Broder next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:35 is going to be the dial in. Then go against Tim Hunt over here in the Budweiser Lane. 5:80 the dial in for Hunt. He's out of Central Florida. All right, Wayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 5:45 is going to be the dial in going against Scott DeLong over there on the Budweiser side. DeLong with a 5:68 dial in. So DeLong's going to get the jump here by maybe not quite a bulb. And Wayne Schmidt Jr. will be trying to track him down. All right, we're all staged up, ready to go. Lights are on the way down. DeLong's off, so is Schmidt. And it's going to be good. There's only 5 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Scott DeLong picking up the win line here as he goes 5:70 on a 5:68 dial in. And Schmidt slows to a 5:57 on his 5:45. And it looks like that will take care of that round of the Super Pro motorcycles as we're getting ready to go over here to the Klein Bragg Trailer Sales Super Pro cars. So the Super Pro lined up. A Sportsman lined up, start moving your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, here we go. Super Pro, round number 2. We got Joe Pinkston coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:21 the dial in for the 78 Malibu out of Williston, Florida. He'll go up against Tommy Campbell over here in the Budweiser Lane. 6:40 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Fleming Island. So Pinkston's going to get a 79 foul head start here in the Malibu. And Tommy will see what he can do by trying to catch him before he gets to the finish line. And a red light start by Tommy Campbell is going to give Pinkston the automatic win light. And Pinkston goes through with a 7:19 on a 21. Campbell goes 6:30 on his 6:40. All right, Brad Westbury coming up next out of Odom, Georgia. 4:78 to dial in on the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil Lane. He'll go up against Tim Goolsby over here in the Budweiser Lane. 5:16 is the dial in for the dragster out of Gainesville. So Goolsby's going to lead first here. Not quite a half-second head start. And red light start there for Westbury is going to give Goolsby the automatic win. And Goolsby goes dead on 8 with a perfect reaction time. So Goolsby moving on into round 3. Westbury went 481 with his 478, but he was 009 red. Mike Benrisen coming up next. 656 to dial in on the Chevy 2 Nova. He'll be going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is the dial in to the 2000 S10. All right, so they're staged up, ready to go. Benrisen's off and running. Here comes Vasquez. All right, Derek's got the reaction time advantage. And on a double breakout, Derek's going to get the win lights. He goes 552 on a 55 dial in. As Benrisen goes out with a 652 on his 656 dial in. Derek was 004 to an 021 for Benrisen. Tony Austin coming up next over here in Lucas Oil Lane. 489 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 474 is going to be the dial in for Gary. Red light start for Todd Austin. It's going to give Gary Vasquez the automatic win light. Gary goes dead on 5. Good run there with an 010 reaction time. Austin had pulled the trigger by 002 too early. And he went too quick by 7th thou as well. Gene Quinn coming up next. 549 to dial in for the dragster over there in Lucas Oil Lane. Going against Ivy Brandon over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, I need Junior Street back to lane 8, please. I need my Junior Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, need you at 5 and 6. And Pro Bikes, looks like y'all getting suited up over there at 7. Junior dragsters, need you in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, and Junior Street, lane number 8, please. All right, here we go with our pro bikes. We got Sean Tucker coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 933 is going to be his dial in. Going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 1293 is his dial in. All right, 29,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Sean Tucker picking up the win line here on a double breakout. All right, Larry Berger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1129 is going to be his dial in. Going against Suzanne Turner. 2180, the dial in over here on the Budweiser lane. All right, Wheellight's going to come on over there for Larry Berger as he goes 12:31 on his 11:29. Suzanne broke out. She went 21:43 on her 21:80. Kim Hunt coming up next. 950 the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 886 is his dial in. All right, here we go. Hunt and Leachman. Hunt's going to lead first. And Leachman pulls the trigger too early, goes red, gives the automatic win here to Tim Hunt. Hunt goes through 945, 143 miles an hour, as Dwayne Leachman went 888 on his 886. Unfortunately, it was 005 red. That brings up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 1273 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. 902 is the dial in for DeLong. Hey, my junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Junior street, lane number 8, please. Sportsman, need you back to lanes is 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 3 and 4 for round 3. Okay, green light starts for Schmidt and DeLong. DeLong's got the advantage here. Let's see if he can hold on to it. And he does on a double breakout. Looks like Scott DeLong going to pick up the win line 893 on a 902 as Dwayne Schmidt Jr. went 1256 on a 1273. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Need the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator class back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, John Updenroe is going to pick up the win there as he goes 861 on his 55 dialing. He was 006 on the tree. And Chuck breaks out with a 989 on his 991 dial. All right, here we are into Sportsman, and Matt Champagne over there on Lucas Oil Lane is going to get the win light here over John Lambdola. As Lambdola pulled the trigger too early on the Jeep, and Champagne goes through with a 1689 on a 1698. He'll get the win light, and Lambdola takes a nice leisurely cruise down the raceway. All right, here we go. We got Scott DeLeon coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 1168 dialed in there on the Malibu. Going against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. 1184 is the dial in for Parisi in the Mustang. All right, we got a clean green light start. Okay, wet light here is going to come on for Scott DeLeon. He goes 1175 on 1168. Parisi goes out with an 1186 on his 1184. And Chris, you ain't going to like the time slip when you see it, bud. All right, Mr. Gunner, coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1279 is going to be the dial-in for the Dodge Charger, going up against Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, in his 68 Nova. Got 11 flat dialed on that car. And we got a nice clean green line start in both lanes, and it looks like we got 78 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The wind light's coming off down there for Mitch Gunner as he goes through the 1282 on his 1279 dial-in. Clint Wilson goes out with 1103 on his 11 flat, and Mitch was definitely better on the Christmas tree with his 028 to a 106. Alan Hill coming up next. 1101 the dial-in for the Ford Mustang. He is out of Citra. Going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1349 the dial-in for the Infiniti. Harsh pulls the trigger too early, goes 021 red, giving Alan Hill the automatic win light. Hill's going to leg it out down on the top end. He goes through with a 1096 on that 1101 as Harsh went 1357 on his 49 dial-in. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1746 the dial-in for the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. He'll go up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1334 is the dial-in for Salyers 71 Monte Carlo. Okay, we got a clean green line start. 59 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two at the starting line. Here comes Salyers into Monte Carlo. Let's see if he's going to get a little luck shine on him down on the top end. And he does on a double breakout. Salyers will get the win light. He was, Jay Dickinson had him covered on the tree. Jay Dickinson was 008 to an 067, but both drivers break out. Salyers by the least amount. So Salyers moving on into round 3. Robbie Hodgson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1150 is his dial-in. He's going against the Mustang. Jeff Bailey, over there on the Budweiser side. And Robbie Hodgson is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 1201 on that 1150 dial-in. Jim goes out with 1165 on that 1175 dial-in. Marcus Cruz coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1220 looks like the dial-in on the Pontiac. Looks like he got a first sale sign written in the back of it. He's going against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1205 is going to be the dial-in for the Nova in Jacksonville. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. I need Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. All right, Mark Pangilian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1280 is going to be the dial-in for the Corvette. Going up against PJ Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane. 1393 is the dial-in for the Pontiac GTO. Oh, boy. Well, one of them is 001. The other is 111. And let's see how this is going to work out down here at the top end. It's going to work out as it should. PJ Gatlin is going to get the win line here, 1395 on her 1393 dial-in. PJ was 001 on the tree. Bar goes out with 1274, and he was dead late on the tree. He don't like that. Brings up Chad King next, 1175 the dial-in on the Pontiac Firebird. All right, so Chad shut the vehicle down early out there as he goes 1577 at 55. All right, Pro Eliminator, you need back in lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, need you back in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Sportsman, make your way back into lanes 5 and 6. All right, so here we go into the junior dragsters. And we got Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. Going against Sierra Haight over here in the Budweiser lane. 1045 is her dial in. All right, win line's going to come on for Sierra Haight on a double breakout. Plus Aaron pulled the trigger a little bit early there on his hot rod. So Sierra had it right from the get-go. Okay, here we go. We got Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Parker Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 876 is going to be her dial in. Yeah, red light start from Parker Collins. Going to give Blake Jones the automatic white light. And Parker goes through with an 877 on a 76 dial in. Good run there. Blake Jones gets the win. He goes 1188 on his 1190 dial in. Okay, looks like they'll bring up the bottom run here for Brooklyn Collins. 923 is going to be her dial in. All right, so I need Super Pro Motorcycles back to the lanes, please. Super Pro Motorcycles need you back to the lanes. I need Super Pro Cars. Super Pro Cars need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Bronze Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Need Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Okay, here we go back into our junior street category. Just had a couple of them showing up today. Cody Harris over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 956, going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against, I hope I got this right, Ryan Riley. Over here in the Budweiser lane, 1059 is the dial in. Okay, well, they're identical on reaction times. So it's dead even right now. It's going to go down there, and it's going to be Harris getting the win line there as he goes 963 on a 56 dial in. And as Riley goes out with a 1070 on a 59 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Start making your way back into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Let's make our way back to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman into 5 and 6. Super Pro bikes in 7. Pro Eliminator, y'all should be in lanes 3 and 4, ready to go.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's having a good time watching the live feed. We want to thank a couple of our sponsors for making it happen. Miracle Automotive and Towing, located in Stark, Florida, and also in McClenny. But hey, don't pray for a miracle. Call Miracle Automotive and Towing at 904-368-1114. And also, if you need someone to cut your lawn, on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full service lawn care for you, give them a call at 904-966-1633. And remember, join us this Wednesday night, me and Alexa Gatlin, as we will have a podcast talking about the 352 shootout and the no-time truck class, which is something that's new that's added this year for the racing event. If you'll join us, we'll fill you all in. And these are the fastest trucks in the country that are coming right here to Gainesville Raceway on October the 29th. Speaking of that race on October 29th, I believe they're going to have a trunk or treat for the kids. So get those youngins out here. Nothing like watching racing and going around and grabbing some candy all at the same time. Also, don't forget, we had talked about the Great American USA 100K that's going to be happening at Capital City Dragway in Montgomery, Alabama. So, big money bracket racing is your thing. You may want to find them on Facebook and go ahead and get your entry in. Also, this past weekend, we had the Splash Bash there in Stark, Florida. And I wanted to run through all of our car show winners' pictures, give them some notoriety for coming out and braving the heat. Everyone had a great time. And I tell you what, we were glad to have them and glad to sponsor the cruise-in portion of Splash Bash. So this is something that the city of Stark, along with the Bradford County School District, will keep up from now on. We had such a great turnout and support, and we're looking forward to making things bigger and better for next year's Splash Bash 4th of July celebration. They are still doing a little bit of track prep. See them going down there spraying the glue on the right side. So it won't be long before we start running into third round of eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway. If you're not a follower of our Facebook page, please feel so to click the like button and follow us. We usually have guests on every week. And you can also go on that page and you can catch past episodes. One that was really good, worth watching, especially if you're into motorcycle and pro stock motorcycle, was our interview with George Bryce. He was the owner of Star Racing, a pro stock motorcycle team, and now still the owner of Star Racing, where you can buy parts for your Harley Davidson. They do a lot of special things with Milwaukee 8s. And always remember, if you got a smart TV in your house and you want a better view of the track, hey, nothing looks better on a 50 to 80-inch screen TV than racing action from right here at Gainesville Raceway. So all you have to do is go to YouTube on your smart TV, look us up On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers, and boom, you will find us live. And our podcasts are also done on Facebook and YouTube as well. Tell you what, I want to thank our co-host, Alexa Gatlin, for coming on board. She's doing a great job and such a great young lady. Got a lot of automotive racing knowledge. She's been around it ever since she was knee-high in her family. If anybody was wondering what the temperature was like out here today at Gainesville Raceway, as of right now, it is 91 degrees and it feels like 103. They're also saying the next chance of possible getting rain here at the track is out 49 minutes. So we should be able to at least get through 2 more rounds, hopefully the rest of the racing event before the rain pops up. We want to thank the track staff here at Gainesville Raceway for actually giving us a great surface to race on today, battling the heat. Our hats go off to them. It's not a real easy job to do, to be out there on that track for hours and hours on end. We also want to thank Jody Kennedy, which is the track manager here at Gainesville Raceway. This is her first year here at Gainesville, but she has past experience as a track manager up at Atlanta, which unfortunately is no longer there. But we want to thank her for giving us the opportunity to come here and live stream the racing events. And of course, this weekend, the junior dragsters were up in Bristol racing. But unfortunately, Miss Heather Highhouse has just wrote in that they're watching the live stream because the races got rained out. So they're there cheering on our Gainesville Peeps. So thank you, Heather, for jumping in and watching us all the way from Bristol. And I hope that rain clears out real soon so those kids can get back on the track. All right, I want to turn it back over to our announcer as we are fixing to bring back out the pro class cars for third round.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Round number 3, Pro Eliminator. We got Chris Knapp coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 647 is going to be the dial in for the 76 Vegas station wagon. Going against Donnie Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 694 the dial in on the 1970 Mercury Comet. All right, got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 28 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hutto getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2. Picks up the win line. Knapp goes out with a 650 on a 647. I'll bring up Bill Green next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 650 to dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro. Going up against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. 769 to dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, we're dead even at the starting line. This will be close. And it's going to be Parisi getting the win line here as he goes 770 on a 69 dial in. Green goes 653 on a 650. Both of them were 017 on the tree. Got to bring up Mark Horton over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 675 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And out of Callahan going up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for the 96 Mustang. Red line start by Lindsay is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. And Lindsay goes dead on 1. Man, but he's 021 red. So Mark Horton's going to get the win line there and the gift. I'll bring up Brendan George. 631 the dial in for the Ford Mustang from Gainesville over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Dan Sagers over here in the Budweiser lane. 852 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, we got a clean green light start. 13 thousandths of a second separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here. 636 on a 631 as Sager slows to an 862 on his 852. All right, John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova out of High Springs. He'll be running up against George Emanuel, also out of High Springs, also driving the Nova. He's got a 768 dialed in. So George is going to lead first over here in the blue Nova in the Budweiser lane. And then Big John's going to see if he can try and check him down. All right, we got a clean green light start. And John Rollins is going to get the win line here as he goes 617 on a 15 dial and picks up the win line. George Emanuel breaks out with a 764 on his 768. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 753 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Going against Steve Young over here in the, Scott Young, excuse me, over there in the Budweiser lane. 654 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And the red light started for Young. It's going to give Roberts the automatic win light. And Kevin goes dead on 8 with an 023 reaction time. 31 mile pack he puts together. Good run there. Young broke out as well as red lighting as he went 652 on a 654 dial in. Brings up Mike Gaffney next. 697 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. Goes up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane, 689 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Yeah, 001 red light start for Mike Gaffney is going to give Bart Pangilian the automatic win light here. And Bart goes 688, only 689. Gaffney went 698 on his 697. Brings up Darren Stutz, 599 to dial in for the 57 Chevy out of Green Cove Springs. They were up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane, 769 to dial in for the no out of Jacksonville. All right, 8-pound difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be Darren Stutz getting the win line here, 601 on a 599 dial in as Robert Simpson runs 766 on his 69 dial in. Jimmy Hall coming up next. He's out of Hilliard, Florida, 721 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Max Porter over here in the Budweiser lane, 624 is the dial in for the 85 S10. And a red light start for Max Porter is going to give Jimmy Hall the automatic win. Hall goes 727 on his 721. Porter goes 627 on his 24 dial in. Brings in Paul Allen, 705 the dial in for the 72 Maverick. Going up against Jeff Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane, 621 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, got a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 18 thousandths of a second difference between the two at the starting line. Sherby, let's give Jeff Gatlin. It's going to pick up the win line here as he goes 621 on a 621. And Paul Allen bows out with a 709 on his 705 dial in. And Ernie Renfro, looks like it's going to be Byron coming up here for Ernie, 667 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. All right, so Ernie goes through with a 661 on his 667. All right, need Sportsman. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need y'all back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Tim Hunt coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 580 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 821 is going to be his dial in. All right, win light's going to come off for Tim Hunt. Goes 583 on a 580 dial in as Jeremy Davis breaks out with an 820 on an 821. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 567 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Scott DeLong. He's got a 568 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Budweiser lane. So just about a heads up run here. All right, nice clean green line start, 22 thousandths of a second separating the two at the start. And it's going to be Leachman getting the win light here. 568 on a 567 dial in. Scott DeLong goes out with a 570 on his 568. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go over here to the Super Pro cars now. And we got Barry Rowell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. See 74 Vega. He's out of Nahunta, Georgia. We'll go up against Ben Whiting over here in the Budweiser lane. 733 is the dial in for the Malibu. All right. Ben Whiting's got this thing in control right now if he can hold on, but he goes too quick. He was 004, breaks out with a 731. Barry Rowell was 147 on the tree, but he's able to run the number. He goes 591 on a 590. Yep. All right, looks like it's going to be a competition by here for Lou Galley as his competition. Lee, I see him pushing the car over out of the way. I'm sure went wrong there, but so Lou's going to get the competition by into round 4. He goes through with a 677 on a 76 dial in. That'll bring up your next pair here. All right, Gene Quinn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 548 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Gainesville, going up against Sherby Powell over here on Budweiser side. 670 is the dial in for his 1970 Chevy Camaro. All right, clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Gene Quinn getting the win light here as he goes 550 on a 48 dial in. Sherby Powell breaks out with a 668 on the 670 dial in. Joe Bigston coming up next. 721 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Ryan Gordon over here in the Budweiser lane. 663 is his dial in. And it's going to be Ryan Norton getting the win light here as he has 683 on a 63 dial in. Pinkston runs 720 on a 721. All right, here we go. As we get back to the action here, we got Derek Vasquez over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. 555 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Alachua. He'll run against Ben Matz over here in the Budweiser Lane. 625 is the dial in for the 67 Chevy 2 out of Gainesville. And a red light start by Ben Matz is going to give Vasquez the automatic win light. And there goes 554 with a 7 on the 555 dial in. Ben Matz was dead on 6. Unfortunately, he was 004 red. Bobby Trinnell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's had a full white Florida. It's a 33 Ford Roadster. He's got a 531 dial in going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser Lane. 474 is the dial in for the dragster out of Alachua. Okay, only 1/1000th of a second separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell getting the win right here as he goes dead on 8, picks up the win. Gary Vasquez goes 476 on his 478. They were 018 and 019 on the tree. All right, Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 488 is going to be his dial in. Going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser Lane. 760 is the dial in for the little Vegas station wagon. All right, 26 mile difference at the starting line, and the win line is going to come on for Glenn Newman's as he goes dead on 4, picks up the win. Brendan George goes out with a 492 on a 488. Brendan was better on the tree as he was 011 to an 037. And then puts it together, just the win line. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 698 to dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll go against Jamie Kelly over here in the Budweiser Lane. 658 is the dial in for the 86 Dodge Daytona. Okay, identical reaction times for both drivers. And at the stripe, it's going to be Gaffney getting the win line here as he goes dead on 4. And Kelly goes out with a 661 on his 658 dial in. Going to bring up John Rollins next. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Going up against Keith Collins, I think it is over here in the Budweiser Lane. 625 the dial in for the S10. Red light start over on the Budweiser side is going to give Rollins the automatic win light. And he goes through with a 611 on that 615 dial in. All right, so it looks like we're going to have Steve Young coming up next. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 653 dialed in. We're running against Tim Goolsby over here in the Budweiser Lane. 517 the dial in for Goolsby. All right, need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to lane 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Need the pro bikes back to lane 7, please. Pro bikes lane 7. Need junior dragsters back to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Okay, 5,000 difference at the starting line here. And the red light's going to come on for Young. 6:54 and a 53 dial in. The Schoolsby breaks out with a 5:15 on his 5:17. All right, Pro Eliminator, you can start making your way back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, we can start making our way back to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, John Upthegrove coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8:58 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going up against Tim Hunt over here in the Budweiser lane. 9:45 the dial in for Hunt. Red light start there for Upthegrove is going to give Hunt the automatic red light. And Hunt goes through the 9:49 on his 9:45 dial in. Going to bring up Sean Tucker next. 9:29 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Larry Berger. 11:29 the dial in for D-Rod over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, junior dragsters, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Need sportsmen in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters make your lane into lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Once again, look for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Okay, so Lucas Oil Lane goes through the 910 152, having some issues with the bike over there in Budweiser Lane, and he's slowing way down out there. All right, once again, looking for junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters need you to lanes 1 and 2. Need Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go back into sportsman, and we're going to have Matt Champagne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1690 is going to be the dial in for the RAV4. But against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1334 is going to be his dial in. All right, final foul. Separate the two in the starting line. This one should be pretty close. Here comes Salyers charging hard on the top end. Is he going to catch up with the Toyota by the stripe? Here we go to find out. And he makes it happen. He goes 1348 on 32-34 dial in and picks up the win. Champagne was actually 5 thousandths better on the tree than Salyers was, but he just could not run the numbers. He went 1715 on that 1690 dial in. That brings up Chad King next. 1175 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1206 is the dial in for the Nova. going to come on for Chad King as Simpson goes 002 red. Chad's going to go through with a 1166 on his 75 dial in, and Simpson goes 1223 on his 1206. Robbie Hodgson coming up next, 1150 the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll go up against Alan Hill over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat to dial in for Hill. And a red light start for Hill. Going to give Hodgson the automatic win light. And Hodgson goes through 1145 on 1150. Alan Hill goes 1105 on his 11 flat. All right, Mitch Gunner coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1280 is going to be his dial in, going up against PJ Gatlin over here in the Budweiser lane. 1393 the dial in for the GTO. All right, looks like got a 27th thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, here we go. The wet light's going to come on for Mitch Gunner as he goes 1284 on an 80 dial in. As PJ breaks out with a 1372 on her 1393 dial in. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Scott DeLeon. All right, got a test team going, test hit coming up here next for the Mustang. All right, so the Mustang is going to go 1185 at 116 miles an hour. All right, it's looking like we're down to the semifinals here in the junior dragsters. And we're going to have Blake Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be his dial in, going against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 924 is going to be her dial in. red line start by Brooklyn Collins, going to give Blake Jones the automatic win. And Blake goes through with the 12:04 and an 11:99 in. Brooklyn Collins went 9:35 on her 9:24. And your buy run coming up here for Sierra Haight. All right, so Sierra goes through the 10:15 on that 10:45. All right, Pro Eliminator, you should be back in the lanes. Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes lanes 7. Super Pro, cool them and fuel them, get them back to lanes 1 and 2. All right, here we go back in the pro eliminator. We got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 675 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. It's going to go against Chris Parisi over here in the Budweiser lane. He's from Jacksonville. 770 is going to be the dial in for Chris. All right, clean green light start, both lanes, 13 thousandths of a second separate the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Mark Horton getting the win line here as he goes 677 on a 75. Parisi goes 772 on a 770. Horton a little bit better on the tree as he was 039 to Parisi's 052. Kevin Roberts coming up next, 753 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll go against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane, 665 to dial in for the 70 Camaro. All right, clean green line start, 12 now. Separate the two at the starting line. This one should be tight at the finish. It's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win line here as he goes 754 on a 53 dial in. Ernie breaks out by 6 thousandths. And Roberts had a better reaction time. He was 011, bigger Ernie's 023. Darren Stutz coming up next, 6 flat to dial in for the 57 Chevy. Going against Donnie Hutto over here in the Budweiser lane, 694 the dial in for the 70 Monterey Comet. All right, Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Blind Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need you to the lanes, come on down. Need Sportsman back to the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you in the lanes. Five now, separate these two at the starting line, and your win line's going to come on from Donnie Hutto. As he broke out by the least amount, he'll be moving on into the next round. Jimmy Hall coming up next. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. 724 is the dial in for the 76 Camaro. Going up against Bart Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 688 the dial in for the 80 Camaro. All right, Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Super Pro, need you to the lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. All right, got a clean start here. One up, a real good one on the late. And the one that's good is going to get the win light. Bart Van Gillian goes 695 on a 688, picks up the win light. Jimmy Hall, 726 on a 24. Couldn't get it done. That's going to bring up Brendan George. Ford Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 633 is going to be his dial in. Going against Jeff Gatlin over here on the Budweiser side, 621 to dial in for his Ford Mustang. Once again, looking for Super Pro, the lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you the lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Double red light start, Brendan George gets the win light here as he's 001 red to an 012 red for Gatlin. Andy Myra coming up here for John Rollins. That's 614 dialed in. I understand he's just going to break the beams and back up. All right, looks like we got our semifinal round of Super Pro motorcycle coming up. Super Pro cars, y'all should be in the lanes. Super Pro cars, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. All right, here we go with our semifinals of Super Pro motorcycle. We've got Tim Hunt coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 580 is his dial in. He's going against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 567 is his dial in. All right, Tim Hunt's going to get the win light here. He was 005 on the tree, goes 581 on an 80 dial in. Leachman was 026. He was 565 on his 67 dial in. That'll bring up your buy run here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Well, that must have been the final of the Super Pro bikes. Seems like this is the time run for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. $904,137 there for Schmidt. All right, Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro bikes back to lane 7, please. Pro bikes back to lane 7. All right, here we go back to Super Pro, and we're going to have Mike Gaffney coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 698 is the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Here we're up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 760 the dial in for the Vegas station wagon. Red light start for Mike Gaffney. It's going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win light. Glenn's 014 on the tree, goes 755 on his 60 dial in. Gaffney goes through the 697 on his 698. Luke Galley coming up next, 676 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Bobby Schranell over here in the Budweiser lane, 531 the dial in for the 33 Ford. So I got 11th out difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell picking up the win line here as he goes 534 on a 31 dial, and he was 009 on the tree. Luke Galley goes 678 on his 76 with an 020 reaction time. Need Pro Bikes, need you back to the lanes, please. Pro Bikes back to the lane. Yeah, 40/16 thousandths of a second, the difference at the stripe there between Trinnell and Galley. That's a tough one. All right, street bikes, need you back to the lane, please. Street bikes, need you back to lane 7, please. Okay, here we go. We got Gene Quinn coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 548 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster out of Gainesville. He'll be going against Ryan Gordon over there in the Budweiser lane. 663, the dial-in for the S10 out of Inverness. Red line start for Gene Quinn is going to give Ryan Gordon the automatic win. Gordon goes through with a 665 on his 663 dial, and he's 012 on the tree. Gene Quinn went 551 on his 548. He was 007 red. Barry Rowell coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 590 is going to be the dial in for the Vega. Going against the Chevy Camaro of Scott Young. He's got a 653 dialed in. All right, so Scott Young picks up the win there as he goes dead on 8. Barry Rowell bounces out with a 596 on his 590. Rowell actually had the better reaction time. He was 016 to an 055. Young. And that brings up a pretty interesting matchup here. John Rollins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 614 the dial in for the Nova. Going against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane, 555 the dial in for the S10. 9 thou separate the two at the starting line. This will be close. And it's going to be Rollins getting the win line here as he goes 615 on a 14 dial in as Vasquez breaks out by 5 thou. Derek had the better reaction time. He was 001. John was 010. Just Vasquez runs too quick. So good drag race there. All right, junior dragsters. Need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Street bikes lane 7. Street bikes lane 7. Pro Eliminator. Cool them, fuel them, and get them back into 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters need you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, got test and tune coming up here for Larry Berger and whoever's running over there in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, Budweiser lane's going to get there first, 888 and 157. Berger goes 1247 and 120. All right, here we go. The semifinals of the street bikes. Sean Tucker over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 929 is going to be the dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. And Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane, 892 is his dial in. Okay, so Scott DeLong is going to get the win light here on a double red light. He had the better of the two red lights. He was 007, Sean was 097. So DeLong gets the win light, goes 895 on a 92, and Tucker went 964 on his 929. Byron coming up here for Tim Hunt, 948 is going to be his dial in. All right, so Tim Hunt is going to go through with a 954 on his 948 dial in. All right, sportsman, you need it in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you're needed in lanes 5 and 6. I need Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, 1 and 2. Once again, I need Sportsman back to the lane. Sportsman, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. I need Pro Eliminator back to 3 and 4. And Super Pro, 1 and 2. You y'all start making your way back to the lanes, please. Robbie Hogston, we need you in the lanes, please. All right, here we go with our junior dragster final round. And we're going to have Blake Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park. Going against Sierra Haight over here in the Budweiser lane. 1010 is going to be the dial in for Sierra. All right, looks like we're all staged up, ready to go. Blake's off and running. Here comes Sierra. All right. And your win light's going to come on down there for Blake Jones. He goes through the 12 flat on 1190 dial in. Sierra goes 1043 on her 1010 dial in. All right, looks like we're going over to Sportsman here. And we're going to have Mitchell Gunner coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger, or Charger, excuse me. He'll be going up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser Lane. 1166 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, red light start there for Chad King. Is going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win light. Mitch used 008 on the tree. Chad was 009 red. Mitch goes through the 1293 on a 1280 dial in, and Chad breaks out also with a 1158 on his 66 dial in. That's going to bring up Robbie Hogston next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the S10 pickup. And Scott DeLeon in the Malibu is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. DeLeon's going to lead first. He's got 1173 dial in, 1150 the dial in for the pickup truck. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Scott DeLeon. He goes dead on 2 with an 041 reaction time. Hodgson breaks out with a 1149 on his 1150 dial in. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Dan Salyers, 1339 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. And Salyers goes through the 1340 on that 1339 dial in. Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Need y'all back to the lanes. Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Need you back to the lanes, please. All right, looks like getting ready to go over here to Pro Eliminator. And we're going to have Kevin Roberts coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 752 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. They'll go up against Donnie Hutto over here in the Budweiser Lane. 694 the dial in for the 70 Mercury Comet. That is out of Jessup, Georgia. Okay, dual red light start. Kevin Roberts going to get the win light here, as he had the better of the two red lights. And Roberts goes through with a 753 on a 52 dial in. Hutto goes 695 on his 94 dial in. Mark Orton coming up next. 675 the dial in on the Camaro out of Callahan. Going up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 the dial in for the Mustang. Red light start for Horton was going to give Brendan George the automatic win. And Brendan goes through with a 659 on his 33 dial in. That'll bring up John Rollins. Next over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 614 the dial in. Going up against Bart Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 688 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Okay, only 1/1000th of a second separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Rollins getting the win light here on a double breakout. As he breaks out by 7,000 and 11,000 as Bart breaks out by. They were 028 and 029 on the tree. All right, need street bikes. Street bikes back to lane 7. Street bikes need you back to lane 7. Sportsman need you 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, cool them, fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes as well, please. All right, Steve Young coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, 653 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ryan Norton over here in the Budweiser Lane, 664 is going to be his dial in. All right, 32,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Scott Young getting the win line here as he goes 654 on a 53 dial in. And Norton goes out with a 670 on a 664. Norton actually had better reaction time. Just could not run the number. And it looks like the bye run coming up here for Bobby Trudell. He's got a 532 dial in a Fort White, Florida. All right, need the street bikes. Need you back up here for the final round. Street bikes, need you in the lanes for your final round matchup. Need sportsmen. Need you back to the lanes for your semifinal rounds. Pro ET, need you back to the lanes, please. John Rollins, we need you in the lanes, please. John Rollins, need you in the Super Pro lanes. Come on down. All right, John Rollins, looking for you into the staging lanes. John Rollins, got a date to start at staging lanes. All right, here we go. This is Bastilian Super Pro here. We got Big John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 is going to be the mile length for the Nova. Going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 756 the mile length for the Vegas station wagon. All right, here we go. We're all staged up, ready to go. Glenn's going to get the early head start. Here he comes. Here goes Big John Rollins. And you got a 26-mile difference at the starting line right now. Glenn Newman's is in control, but Glenn's going to get the win. He goes dead on 8. John Rollins goes dead on 7. Rollins 051, Glenn 025. All right, Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. Pro Eliminator, need you back to the lanes. And Super Pro, let's cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes, please. Getting down to the nitty gritty, we want to try and make sure we get this thing done. So let's get those cars back in the lanes if you're still in it. All right, here comes your Pro Bike final round, and we got Tim Hunt going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 953 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 892 is going to be his dial in. All right, nice clean green light start. And it looks like DeLong having problems with his bike. He's slowing way down. And Tim just gave the race away. Tim Hunt had this race won. He was 036 to a 107 for Scott. And he breaks out. Scott breaks the bike, goes through with a 21.29 and will pick up the win here in street bike. All right, here we go in our sportsman semifinal round. We got Scott DeLeon over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1173 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. Going to go against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1340 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Red line start for Scott DeLeon is going to give Dan Salyers the automatic win light. And Salyers goes through the 1335 on that 1340 dial in. All right, that brings up your buy run for Mitch Gunner. He's just going to take the tree and back up. All right, Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Pro Eliminator and Super Pro. Need you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go with our Super Pro semifinal round. We're going to have Steve Young coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 653 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going to run against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White's 534 the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster over here in the Budweiser lane.
On the Spot Motorsports, I'd like to thank everybody that's watching today.
All right, we got a clean green light start. 12 final difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your wheel light's going to come on for Bobby Trinnell on a double breakout. Trinnell moving on into the final round where he's going to face off with Glenn Newmans, who's got the bye run in the little Vega wagon coming up the starting line now. So Newman's Vega wagon, it's got a 756 dialed in. This is your bye run. And Den goes through with a 756 with a 1 on a 56 dial in. Good run there for Glenn Newmans. All right, here we go in our semifinals of Pro Eliminator. We got Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 634 is going to be his dial in. Going against John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in on the Nova. All right, got a clean green light start. Looks like got about 31,000 difference at the starting line. And your win light's gonna come on over there for John Rollins, as he goes 6-12 with a 9 on his 13th dial in. He was better on the tree with an 028. And Brendan breaks out with a 631 on his 634. Brendan was 059. And your buy run coming up here next for Kevin Roberts. Kevin with 69 Camaro's got 752 dialed in. All right, so Kevin's off and running 022 on the tree. And looks like he shut it down early, went 785 on that 752. All right, this is a test shot here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. All right, Pro and Super Pro finalists. As soon as y'all cool them and fuel them, let's get them back in the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro finalists. As soon as you cool them and fuel them, let's get them back in the lanes, please. Well, didn't go exactly as planned. All right, here we go with our sportsman final round, and it's going to be Mitch Gunner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1335 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, Pro and Super Pro finalists, cool them, fuel them, lead them back in the lanes, folks. Getting dark out here, come on. Pro and Super Pro finalists, need you back to the lanes, come on down. All right, got a clean green light start right now. Looks like Salyers has got the upper hand on things. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold off Gunner down on the top end. And it's going to be Salyers getting the win right here as he goes 13:39 on a 35 dial in, picks up the win. Mitch slows to a 13:15 on his 1280 dial in. Salyers low 21 to an 086 for Mitch. So congratulations, Dan Salyers, sportsman winner here this afternoon. Once again, I'm looking for my Pro and Super Pro finalists. To the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro finalists need you to the lanes. All right, once again, look for my pro and super pro finalists to the lanes. Pro and super pro finalists, need you to the lanes, please.
Sportsman elimination, pro, MI.
go with our Pro Eliminator final round. We're going to have Big John Rollins over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 the dial in for the Nova. Going against Kevin Roberts in his 69 Camaro. 754 the dial in. This should be a good one. All right, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. Lights on the way down. Roberts is off and running. Here goes Big John. Red light start for Roberts. Going to give John Rollins the automatic win light. Big John 054 on the tree. He's going to go 640 on the 13th dial in. And Kevin Roberts was 041 red. All right, here we go with our Super Pro final round and the final race of the day. And we got Glenn Newman's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 756 going to be the dial in for the Vegas station wagon. Going against Bobby Trinnell over here in the Budweiser lane, the 33 Ford Roadster. 532 the dial in for the car out of Fort White. All right, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. Glenn's off and running. Here goes Trinnell. Got a 10 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come up for Bobby Trinnell. 534 and a 32. Glenn breaks out with a 754 and a 56. Bobby better on the tree, 009 to an 019. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to take care of it here for today from Gainesville Raceway. We appreciate you coming out and being with us. Please be safe on the way home, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in today for all the racing action here at Gainesville Raceway. We will be here again on July the 30th. But don't forget, this Wednesday night, Alexa Gatlin and myself, we will have some guests. Lyle Barnett, Grant Guthrie, Pete Harrell, and Derek Putnam to talk about the 352 shootout and the no-time truck class. Until then, take care.